Jamie Lopes, 8:13. As we continue on with our qualifying episodes, we are working with Shinko WPS Real Street motorcycles right now. Saying don't even announce Rudge?
Okay, guys, continuing on here, 42nd Annual Man Hill Garage World Finals, presented by Kibble White Precision Machine. Wrapping up the final qualifying on the professional side of the fence. We will be very shortly moving into CNS Custom Street ET. CNS Custom Street ET will be moving out shortly, followed by MPS Pro ET. And of course, Vance and Hines Race Shop V-Twin. Those three ET categories will be getting round 2 underway. Okay, there you go. CNS Custom Street ET is moving out. All right, guys, CNS Custom Street ET. First pair is in the puddle. First pair is in the puddle. Round 2, CNS Custom Street ET. Moving through. ET riders getting their second round on right here. Second round, it's lose and go home. Tim Layton, Iron City, Tennessee, left lane. Bo Burgess, Pembroke Pines, Florida, right lane. And we've got a win in the right lane, 941 on a 915. Appears that Tim must have backed out of the beam, unfortunately. Amit Sharma, left lane, all the way in from India. He's up against Carl Tumlin, Locust Grove, Georgia. Carl's away, Amit is away. Excellent job. And the win to India on a breakout. Amit forces Carl to break out and takes the win. Vance Howdy Shell, right lane. He's racing against Kojihiro Harada out of Japan in the left lane. Great race. Green lights a pair. This is a race. Vance prevails. Vance does prevail. Kojiro ran a bit off his dial. Couldn't make it up. Sanu Sandeep, also from India, right lane. Don Horta, left lane. And Sanu Sandeep goes red, giving the automatic win to Don Horta.
Yep, yep. All right, after a quick battery swap on the mic, we're back live again. Bob Carlson rocketing his way down the line there. We are in Street ET. Bob Carlson had a long wait on that one. They're working off of dial-ins right now. Bob was dialed on an 889 and went 894 on that with an 087 reaction time. And that wasn't enough to take out the Taco Man. Mr. Manny, the Flying Taco, puts away Bob Carlson, and we move on with CNS Custom Street ET action. Bob Birch, cocked and loaded and ready to go in the right lane. His dial is a 10063. David Falcon out of Bayman, Puerto Rico in the left lane. Dials 885, goes 888, and that's not going to get it. Bob Burt had a much tighter package run there. Dialed 1063, went 1069. Had an 094 reaction time, and that's where the devil is in the details. He got him on the tree. As I said earlier, you got to race both ends of the racetrack if you want to win. Brandon White with the win on that one. Mr. Brandon White is out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Dialed 1285, went 1293 on that. Breakout pass for the racer in the opposite lane. Competitor number 62A. Dialed an 877 and he went 874, which is a little too quick. So we'll just move along here. Ariel Carter out of Quitman, Georgia. Ariel is in the left lane, the 1038. If you're wondering why some of these motorcycles get a big head start over the other bike in the other lane, it's because this is real handicap motorcycle drag racing. This is ET, elapsed time racing. And in ET racing, you predict what you're going to run before you run it. And then you try to run that number as close as you can. as long as you don't go quicker than what you predicted, you got a shot at winning. The trick to win is you got to run as close to that number as possible, but you also have to cut a light on that tree. Get off the starting line as quick as possible. The quickest reaction time and the number that's closest to the dial, that's the bike that's going to win. Floyd Smith with the win on that one as he puts down Randall Cross, which is one of the heavy hitters we see every race with Men Cup. Michael Ray of New Braunfels, Texas, dials 11.60, went 11.56 with a 7. He was within thousandths of a second of his dial, and he needed that because he was racing Sean Bazette. Michael Ray with an 0.24 reaction time, but Sean Bazette dialed an 8.79 and went 8.80 on an 8.79 dial with an 0.41 reaction time. And Sean Bazette just put it together. And that was all for Michael Ray. Michael Ray is a NHRA Pro Stock motorcycle drag racer. Also races in Pro Fuel. He's got a lot of nitro in his veins. His dad is Paul Ray. Raced Top Fuel Harley for years. And he's out there on a street bike. And you know what? That means he loves drag racing, period. The man absolutely loves motorcycle drag racing. Michael Ray is my kind of people. Wow. The love of the sport, baby. Joshua Ward, Valdosta, Georgia, dials 12.40 and goes 13.0. That's not going to get it. Tom Lagasse out of Sarasota, Florida, dialed a 9.50. All he needed was a 10.0 to catch him, put him away. Lagasse took advantage of that.
Tom. Beautiful job today.
Hi, buddy. Thanks, man.
Good job.
How you doing, Bear?
I'm
Robert Meeks out of Tallahassee, Florida, in the right lane, dialed on 892. He is out there to bring it. Stacy Smith gets away quick. 12:59 dial for Stacy Smith. Goes 12:67, and that's not enough. Meeks dialed 892, went 897 on that, put him away. And we are moving on to the next pair. Megan Bowers is in the right lane out of Nashville, Tennessee. Gary Whirlman out of Aruba is lined up on the left. Brian Dale, one of the heavy hitters here with Men Cup. Nice pass on that one. Dialed 888. Got his front tire in front of his opponent. Kept it there. Goes 9-0. Takes the win. That was competitor number 2275 in the left lane. And we will continue on with our CNS Custom Street ET bikes. They are rolling out of lane 2. A single camera Honda. Someone's trying to get me excited here. Single cam Honda in the water box. Love seeing those old motorcycles. Classics. Classics indeed. Duffy Freeman out of Stone Mountain, Georgia. Takes the win on that one. 966 was the dial, go 992 at 112 miles an hour. Wilbur Mummy in the right lane is dialed on a 1350 number. Goes 18 seconds on that one. I knew the bike was not one of the quick ones. I just didn't know how not quick it was. Norm Dama with the win out of Aruba. 929 dial. Put him away with a 13-second pass. That'll work. Good light on that, by the way. An 052 reaction time. Those Aruba racers can race. I like it a lot. All right, tire smoke with a side of tire smoke there. Strong burnout. Double breakout pass between Dwayne West and Barry Purnell. We put them aside. Terry Singleton with that savage burnout I just saw. Frank Loney out of South Carolina is in the right lane. CNS Custom Street ET bikes, and we got a lot of them, baby. 64 of them. Monster numbers. Good stuff. A little bit of a wiggle there for Frank Loney and a red light start. Loney will be very disappointed when he sees that he had a 004 light and was so close to putting it together. But Terry Singleton will take the win in advance on that one. Timmy Davis out of Douglas, Georgia. Dialed on a 989, but that's not going to work because Mark Brown with a 937 went 955 and put him away. And that's all for Timmy Davis. Mark Brown advancing in the rounds. All right, rocking it out of that line right now, that is Regina Horton on the Honda in the right lane with a big old red light. You'll notice that the lower amber bulb was still lit. That was a gross reaction time way too soon. So unfortunately for Horton, that's all on that pass. Steve Lashley was dialed on an 894, but as soon as he saw that red light, he's just saving his motor for the next pass. Kind of tooled on down the racetrack at a 10.77 at 93 mile an hour, saving parts and saving the drag bike for the next round. All righty. Megan Bowers, who's having a very good day of racing. Happy to see this for her. She's been applying herself, working really hard, and racing very hard. She's doing a great job on that drag bike. Megan Bowers looking like a pro out there. She is dialed on 873. Hammered that bike. It's drifting left to right. She does that almost every pass. Pablo Gonzalez with a red light start went red by 011. So Megan Bowers will advance. And Megan Bowers also had an 022 reaction time on that. So that's pretty killer, really. That's pretty killer. She's a dangerous lady on a drag bike. And I mean that in a very positive way. She's doing a great job. Chris Rolls out of Lithia, Florida. Ed Ruffin in the right lane. These two guys mix it up rather often. On the big end for the win, Chris Rolls dialed a 953 and he went 958 with a 6. Ed Ruffin had a 935 dial and he went 988 on that. So Chris Rolls had him by a bunch. Daniel Ingram, Tallahassee, Florida, in the right lane with the win. The 1080 dial was unnecessary because we had a breakout pass on the other side. Darrell Perkins dialed 875, went 865, so he was too quick by a tenth. And in bracket racing, a tenth is a country mile. CNS Custom Street ET bikes are continuing to whittle away through the ranks. We had 64 of them. Big numbers, big participation here at the Man Cup Man Hill Garage 42nd Annual World Finals, sponsored by Kibblewhite Precision Machine. Red light start for Jim Smart. Bernard Gilbert with the win. And we'll set up that next pair. We have a roller in the left lane, a slow motorcycle in the left lane, and that bike does not have a tail light. So he's very hard to see past the finish line. We have a roller in the left lane. You'll notice that the starter is ready on this. We're going to make sure these bikes are all set before they get down that racetrack. Starting line crew is right on top of it, and I knew there would be. I haven't missed one yet. Clear these numbers and we're ready to launch our next pair, which will be Eric Connor of Ackworth, Georgia. Connor is in the right lane. And in the strange lane, Zach Parker out of Jasper, Alabama. With a red start, 002. 2 thousandths of a second too soon on the launch. Kind of a heartbreaker for Zach Parker, but that's drag racing. Live by the sword, you die by the sword. You get too close to the tree cuts you. And that's pretty much what happened on that. He's 2 thousandths off the mark. Barry Pryor Sr. on that big old motorcycle, headed for the water box next in the right lane. I'm going to tell you a story about Barry. Nice wheel stand, good launch, Aaron Dunham. It looks beautiful out there. Lounsbury in the left lane takes the win. Lounsbury dials 888, has an 038 launch, goes 895. The 955 dial looked very good with the 957. But a .103 reaction time by Aaron Durham isn't going to get it. If you got a .103 reaction time and your opponent has a .038 .038 reaction time. He's got you by almost 70. Anyway, that's lights out. And we have lights on in the right lane. Here comes Barry Pryor Sr. racing that big old bagger. Jerry Young going to try and run him down, and it isn't going to work. Jerry Young went red on the start. That's not going anywhere. That's not going anywhere. And we are down to our final motorcycle and CNS Custom Street ET. And that's the DB making the run. And that's all she wrote. And CNS Custom Street ET Racing. So we'll put that one to bed. And move on to Pro ET next. 460. 460 bikes to lane 2, please. Grothis Ultra 460 bikes. Lane number 2, please. Grothis Ultra 460 to lane 2. Pro ET is out there in the water now. MPS Pro ET Racing. This will be our first pair down the line. Gary Russell. Gary Russell and Harvey Hubbard. 64 bikes in Pro ET. We had 60-something bikes in Street Unlimited, and now we got 60 more in Pro ET. Got a few rounds of racing yet. That's all right. We got lights. We know what to do. V-Twin Racers, you should be in lane 4, please. Vance and Hines V-Twin to lane 4, please. Vance and Hines V-Twin to lane 4. MPS Pro ET bikes coming your way now. Now I know the numbers sound large and imposing when I tell you we've got 64 bikes. But I'll tell you what, you send 64 bikes down that racetrack, and now you're down to 32. And then 32 becomes 16. 16 becomes 8. 8 becomes 4. And then you got a final pair. You just got to whip through the ranks. And if everybody just gets in the lanes and does their job, it all happens pretty quick, really. It all happens pretty quick. Kelly McDaniel, Pro ET bike. Over in the left lane, Sean Welch on the right side. Now these, because they're ET bikes, they are working off of dial-ins. But before they pull into the water, our tower personnel can see the dial-in number on the bike, and they factor that into the computer for the lane in question. And they're running on their own dial. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Kelly McDaniel, Orlando, Florida on the left side with the win on that one. Oh, look at that. 862 dial, went 867 with a perfect reaction time. Perfect reaction time. Oh, oh, oh. And that means, oh my God, what a reaction time. Kelly McDaniel wrapping that one up. Elmer Cromer, Nokomis, Florida. Elmer in the left lane. He's another old-time drag racer that just loves this sport. That gentleman's got a few years on him, and I'll tell you what, this is what he wants to do. This is his sport. This is what he loves. Some guys want to play golf. Some people want to go fishing. Elmer wants to go motorcycle drag racing. God bless his heart. We're happy to have him. He's one of us. Big numbers. He takes it to the stripe on the big end. With the win going to Richard. Motorcycle number 02. Evidently a competitor from Aruba. And my hat off to that racer. Could put that win together. Elmer Cromer all set on that pass. Hats off to Mr. Richard on the win. Junior Pelletino, 005 red light. This. Motorcycles loaded in that lane and they're looking good. We are just going to keep on trucking with this program. We know how to send motorcycles down the racetrack in mass. Yeah, baby. Back to back to back to back to back. And if that sounds repetitive, it's because it is. Chuck Curls, Pro ET bike out of Pellin, Georgia. Curls dials 935 and goes 1067. And that's not good. That's not going to get it. Corey Washington takes that one. Mike Perry with the win on that one. Mike Hamley in the right lane with an 009 red light start. Hamley, fortunately, was wise enough to use discretion as the better part of valor. His motorcycle was drifting very hard and quickly to the right. That's an 8-second motorcycle. And by 300 feet down track, he was headed for the wall. Very wisely, he lifted. And that motorcycle is fine, and so is he. And they will live to race another day. Charlie Bishop with a red light start. Grothis Ultra 460 bikes to lane 2, please. Grothis Ultra 460. We need you in lane 2, please. Grothis Ultra 460. Bring them to the lanes. Lane 2, please. Mike and Franken of Aruba. Beautiful pink bike in the left lane. Calvin Mason, right side. Red light start for Mike and Calvin Mason, 006 reaction time. Really put that one in the bank. Really put that one in the bank. Calvin Mason, great driving. If Calvin keeps doing that, we'll see him in the finals. Red light start will not help anybody. Red is bad, especially when it comes to lights on Christmas trees. All right, next pair. Huge red light, Steve Caddy. Big red light by Caddy. He's all done. And we're moving on to the next pair. .460 to lane 2, please. 460 bikes to lane 2, please. 460. Lane 2. Nick Bowling and Ed Hughes going at it. Nice light by Ed Hughes. 004 reaction time for Eddie. And the New England Dragway track champion in top bike, Mr. Ed Hughes. 004 reaction time for Ed Hughes. He dialed an 890, went 899 with a 6. And he took out a very, very tough competitor, Nick Bowling. Great drag race. Grothis Ultra 460 motorcycles to lane 2, please. Grothis Ultra 460 bikes to lane 2. Right now we are rolling the Pro ET bikes out of lane 3. Luis Ortiz out of Orlando, Florida will be next. Luis is in the right lane. Nice launch, both motorcycles. Very good reaction time for Luis Ortiz. Luis is dialed on an 870 and goes 882 with a 9 for the win. We'll take that and move it on to the next lane. All right, the matchups for the 460 bikes is taking place right now. My 460 bikes are starting to roll up in lane 2. Very happy to see that. We'll get these pairs up here and get them down the line. Killing it out there, these guys. We got a lot of motorcycles, and we absolutely love it. We had 60 plus bikes in Street ET. We got 64 bikes in Pro ET, and we're just going to whip right through them. We're not the least bit intimidated by that, because we know when you got 64 bikes, next round you got 32, and from 32 you get down to 16. 16 goes down to 8, and then 8 goes down to 4. Next thing you know, you're in your final pair. It's just a question of mathematics, sending them down the racetrack, and then everything else happens just the way it's supposed to. That's drag racing, baby. Carol Walter left side of Tallahassee, Florida, making some runs. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for stopping up. Eddie Doherty. Kawasaki screaming down the left lane. Fast Eddie. Oh! Eddie Doherty with a breakout pass. Doherty dialed 897, went 888 on that one. Joe Deck was dialed on an 814 and went 818. Doherty's reaction time was an 083 versus a .030 for Joe Deck. And Joe Deck actually just put it to him. Eddie Doherty lost valiantly on that pass. But the big L is the big L. And the W goes to Joe Deck. Ricardo Marte next. Eddie Doherty goes down on that one. Deck put him away. Ricardo Marte out of San Juan, Puerto Rico. Marte 073 reaction time. Goes 898 on an 887 dial. The win goes to Timmy Davis. 898 dial for Davis. He went 9-0 on that. Put away Ricardo, which is very hard to do. Very hard to do. Ricardo Marte is a very tough customer. A great gentleman. Big smile. Happy guy. Very nice person to talk to. But out on that racetrack, you don't have any friends. You have competitors, and they are there to beat you. And they will beat you with a monotonous rhythm if you give them the opportunity. Rick Eaton out of Florida. Really racing that bike hard. Really racing that bike hard. Rick Eaton with the win. 012 reaction time for Ted Harvey. And Ted Harvey is one of the toughest racers out there. We got a bunch of them. And Rick Eaton put it to him. 026 reaction time for Rick Eaton. .460 bikes, you should be in lane 2, please. Grothis Ultra 460 bikes, you should be in lane 2. All right, we are continuing on with our racing action out there. But we do have a pause for the cars right now. And while we're doing that, we've been working with MPS Pro ET bikes, getting down there, 460 bikes. All my 460 competitors, Growth Assault for 460, you should all be in lane 2. And lane 2 is looking pretty crowded out there right now. And I'm very pleased to see that. We'll give you all a little look ahead at what's going on here right now. We are working with MPS Pro ET bikes. Then we are going into V-Twin. All of my Vance and Hines V-Twin motorcycles, you should be in lane 4 right now. 460 bikes should be in lane 2. And I haven't made that next call, but I will at the end of Pro ET. Supercomp, you are on deck. Supercomp, you are on deck. I am not calling you right now, but I am letting you know. I'm putting you on notice that you are on deck, and I will be calling you shortly. As soon as we wrap up Pro ET, Supercomp, I'm going to call you next. Bob Carlson, 855 dial, goes 858 on that. And he takes the win, putting away Ed Ruffin. Bob Carlson out of Torrington, Connecticut. 855 dial goes 858. Mr. Carlson with the win.
As we continue on,
I will segue with a little bit of
Pro ET.
grace here. Mr. Groth is with me. Once again, my buddy Bradley going to take over. I've got some more administrative work to do. Mr. Groth, take it away.
We got Mike Mulaney in the Strange lane and Robin Procopio in the Summit Racing lane. Two folks well known in the motorcycle drag racing community. And Mulaney with the Whitlight 957 on the 950 dial, his 011 light. Certainly helpful there to Procopio's 044. We'll bring up two more competitors. Bob Burt from Ravenville, South Carolina versus Brandon Pellicino from Hammond, Louisiana. Pellicino on a 2003 Yamaha R1 and Burt on his 2001 CBR. Both riders stage, the tree comes down. Burt away with an 013 reaction time. Much better than Pellicino's 092. Pellicino on the hunt as he comes up on the big end. Will he get there in time? And the answer is no. Bob Burt goes 1075 on the 1067 for the win. We continue on with second round of Pro ET here at the Man Cup World Finals. And at this time, Supercomp, please come to lane number 5. Supercomp, you are needed in lane number 5. This is your first call. You were on stand, but now it is time to make your way to the staging lanes number 5. Our next pair here in Pro ET, a battle of old school Kawasaki versus new school Kawasaki. Roddy Albert in the strange lane on a 1987 Cowie, with Sean Bazette in the summit lane on a 2008 Kawasaki ZX-14. Less than 2/10 separate these competitors. Bazette dialing an 879 with Albert in 895. Albert in no hurry to pre-stage or stage here. Down comes the tree. They're both the way green. Bazette on the hunt. Appears to be around him, and he will be there for the win. A 903 on an 879 dial-in will advance Sean Bazette to round number 3. The Pro ET notables continue to come with Dustin Lee in the strange lane and Adam Konopacki, not Mike, Adam Konopacki in the summit lane, dialing 902 all the way down from Ontario, Canada. Lee from Morristown, Pennsylvania. Dustin Lee has the tree. The question is, will he take a nice stripe down there, dialing 914, and he goes 916 for the win. Dustin Lee, will see him back here for round number 3. Attention in the pits, Super Comp, please make your way to lane number 5. Super Comp competitors, it's now your time to make way to lane number 5. Our final Pro ET competitor here in round number 2 is Dale Cranford from Orlando, Florida on a 2008 Suzuki on the buy run. Dials 910. I'll tell you what, he's going to be happy he had the buy run based upon his reaction time as well as his ET. Had a little bit of issue from about 20 feet almost to almost 200 feet. But when it's a single, all that matters is you get that W and move right along. That brings an end to our Pro ET action as we segue directly into our V-Twin ET. Bob Mayer from Windermere, Florida on a 2006 Destroyer. Dials in at 985 in the strange lane, but he's going to have to sit here and wait a while and test his patience because Ed Davidson in the Summit Racing is on his 2018 Road King, dialing 1436. Not quite 5 whole seconds separate the ETs here. Ed Davidson will go away first, but goes red, giving the round win to Bob Mayer. Davidson goes red by 1,000th of a second. Stiff competition, but just gets away a little too fast. Runs well under his number as well, but Bob Mayer goes 988 on the 985 dial-in, 048 on the bulb. He's going to be feeling good about that round. brings up two Sportsters, one 2003 in the Strange Lane and the other a 2005 in the Summit Lane. The 2005 belonging to Stacy Smith from Lizella, Georgia. Your 2003 Harley-Davidson Sportster from Harahanan, Louisiana. It's Ronnie Harris. Harris dialed 1150, Smith 1259. Almost 1 second separating these two. You'll see Smith away first, Harris to follow. Not very much separating the two of them based upon their reaction times. This one could be a good one. 1,320 feet away. We'll go ahead and give the win to Ronnie Harris. Goes 1157 on his 1150 dial. Stacy Smith just goes too far under. 1257 on his 1259. A man you'll find in the staging lanes very often, Barry Pryor in the Summit Racing Lane, 1183. Ken Strauss from Thompson, Ohio, 930 over in the Strange Lane. Pryor away first, but the bike is spinning and Strauss is on the hunt. They make their way almost to the finish line. Strauss appears to have been around him for an easy win. It's a 966 on his 930. Pryor well off the number, almost a second over. Ken Strauss from Ohio, round 3, he'll be an entry. As the thunder of V-Twin bikes continues here in V-Twin ET, bringing up Manny Carrasquillo, 1380 from Clearwater, Florida. His competitor Jim Smart from Cartersville, Georgia on his 2013 Harley-Davidson. Smart moving along. Manny characteristically not too far red there. 110 under to Smart's 142 light. Jim Smart's got a pretty good package, though. Goes 1455 on his 1450 dial. Brings up our next pair. Brandon White from Winston-Salem, North Carolina, 1285. He's away green. Robert Salemi is not. Brandon White given this round win via Salemi's 005 red. Brandon White runs it on down through there. With the 1285, he runs at 1276. Was going to have to do a little bit of driving down there on the big end. Had Salemi kept it green. The V-Twins keep coming. Donnie Huffman out of Lakeland, Florida in the Strange Lane, 1132. No rider in a big hurry to leave the starting lane out of this pairing, though, I will say that. Bike number 3421 in the Summit Lane is dialing a 1283, but goes just way too far under, 1268. Handing the win over to Donnie Huffman, not too far off, 1135. Former Pro Stock motorcycle racer here, Scott DeLong, out of Citra, Florida, dialing an even 13 seconds in the Summit Racing Lane versus Gary Russell in the Strange Lane. The Red Eyes, though, they keep on coming. Russell, 095 red. DeLong, 090 red. Russell's obviously worse, handing the win over to Scott DeLong, who would have gone a 1302 on a 13 flat dial-in. Attention in the pit, Super Comp. I hope you have made your way to lane number 5, Super Comp. It is time to make your way to lane number 5 if you haven't done so already. We've got Growthus Drag Bikes Ultra 460 in lane number 2, paired up, ready to bust down the 660 feet for that class. The 1,320 feet action, though, continues on with V-Twin and ET, bringing up Crosby Blair from Georgetown, Tennessee. 1070 in the Summit Racing lane, and competitor 7024 in the Strange lane, 978, almost an even second, separating the two. Crosby off first with bike number 7024 on the hunt shortly after. As I said earlier, the Red Eyes, it's almost every other pair, it seems. Blair, 018 red, handing the win over to bike number 7024, who was 397 green. Blair not going to be thrilled with that one. Vance Hudeshell, prior Manufacturers Cup national champion, coming up in the Strange lane on his 2008 Buell, dialing the old Super Gas Index, 990. Luke Boykin III, 1325 in the Summit lane, is going to make it about 200 feet before Hudeshell leaves on a green light and looking to chase him down on the big end. Does he get there? No, he does not. Luke Boykin, your round winner, this 1363 on a 1325. Advancing on to our next round, bringing up our final V-Twin ET competitor in the Strange lane, an 1156 dial, bike number 3680. A little antsy on the start. He's actually 031 red. Will show the green eye because it's a single. Makes his way to the top end. Gonna run this one out, and he sticks it. 1156 with a 0 on the 1156 dial in. Whether there was another rider in that other lane or not, he was prepared in terms of his dial in. With round 2 of ET competition in the books, we will head into our first round of our Sportsman competition. Headlining this will be Growthus Drag Bikes Ultra 460, one of the largest fields, if not the largest field, the Manufacturers Cup has seen since its inception. The Growthus Drag Bikes Ultra 460 Challenge was completed right before the last round of pros. Your winner there, my brother Brody Growthus, 461 to the competitive Rock Sanders 459. An absolutely great race for the fans who's still out here. We'll do a little bit of track prep here to try to keep some heat into the track as we continue on with racing action for our sportsmen.
Ignore this. All right, racers, we are doing a good job of chopping through the numbers and the ranks, getting y'all up there now on the racetrack. We're going to continue to do so. All right, we finished up with MPS Pro ET, and we also finished up Vance and Hines Racing V-Twin racers. We're getting ready to bring out the Growth Assault 460 bikes. They're going to roll next, which is exactly why I have a little extra track prep going on right now. And as soon as we're done with the track prep, we'll get right into some 460 action. All right, here's where we're at, my friends. We've just wrapped up CNS Custom Street ET. We did Pro ET. We did V-Twin. We're going into 460 next. Super Comp races, you should be lined up in lane 5. And then we will continue on moving with our Sportsman racing program. Okay, we are getting ready to roll forward with our 460 program. And before we do that, while we have a little bit of quiet and have a little fun here, we spent some time talking with Mr. Bradley Grothus of Grothus Drag Bikes. Bradley, let's talk a little bit about that new Top Fuel rear wheel. What's different about this versus other Top Fuel rear wheels that you've seen in the past?
Yeah, absolutely. It's really just a beefier design. A lot of the heavier bikes, especially the Top Fuel Harleys, as the class continues to grow with its participation with NHRA over there, there's new builds, and there's not necessarily a bunch of wheels available for these new builds that are capable of handling all that the Top Fuel Harleys can do. So our side plates are a lot thicker. Oftentimes for our standard beadlock wheels that you'll find on our Pro Mod bikes or our 460 bikes, we go in and put a lot of extra effort into trying to lighten it in certain areas, not necessarily in areas where we think it will make it obviously any weaker, but in areas where we can get rid of some mass. We have done no lightening on this on the backside whatsoever.
I think that's very important that you haven't, and I want to explain to the listeners why that's important. And just talk a little bit. I'm going to talk a little bit about power and power distribution and how the power levels are changing in Top Fuel motorcycle today across the spectrum for Top Fuel bikes. A great example of that, when Larry ran his big numbers last year here, and I gave those numbers to Byron Hines, who's a great engineer, and I said, here's the weight of the motorcycle. We know the time and the distance and a mile an hour. How much horsepower does it take to do this? And when Byron looked at that, the 561 number, Larry had to generate no less than 1,200 horsepower to go 561, that time and distance for that weight of that bike. And the physics don't lie. But here's the big difference now. When Larry generated 258 mile an hour on that run, now as you know, mile an hour is horsepower. That's the brute power of the motorcycle moving at that time and distance. And the big difference there is the 258 mile an hour run. Byron ran the numbers on that and said that takes at least 1,600 horsepower to do that. But so look at the tremendous difference in horsepower required to go. You've got 1,200 horsepower on run one. Now you get 1,600 horsepower. So if the top fuel bikes are weighing in the neighborhood, just as a ballpark figure, somewhere around 1,000 pounds, and they're generating 1,200 to 1,600 horsepower, hooking all that up is a problem.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. So that's not the only reason why we didn't do any lightning, but in terms of applying that power to the ground, you obviously have to have it driven. So instead of a 6-bolt hub in sprocket, we've now gone to 8 bolts. And instead of 3/8 bolts, we've now gone to 7/16 bolts. And instead of just bolts, we've now gone to 2 dowel pins. So there are many ways in which we are trying to improve it to handle the sheer amounts of force that these bikes put on.
Sheer is the key word too. You say
yes.
You used exactly the right word there.
Pun intended.
Now the dowel pins. What size are the dowel pins being used?
Right around 7/16 as well. Yep.
Wow.
Very large. They're not small.
They're almost half inch, 7/16, over 400. Those, when you get into big stuff like that, even when I know taper pins have been used and tried in the past, but they only last so long because they get hammered. And the dowel pin configurations, those have certainly been used in the past as well, and they're a good move. Here's what people can't really plan on. You can look at the stresses involved with a 1,200 or a 1,600 horsepower motorcycle. What you can't really project is that moment that comes with it when the motorcycle is faced with tire shake. Tire shake is like using an impact gun on a lug nut. The stresses involved become exponentially higher, and when you hammer something, all right, now all your shear forces are going off the charts, and trying to accommodate that is just how do you do that?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's really one great place to be able to test all these theories. We can sit here and talk about what improvements need made or how we think we can move things in the right direction. But this 1,320 feet right here is truly the place to put it to the test after you've done a lot of this thought process of trying to improve it. Obviously, we can run things such as element analysis on it and know where the weak areas are at and try to do all this in computer-generated systems. But the true test is putting it on a motorcycle and letting it eat.
Try as we may and predict what we can as best we can through engineering and sound engineering principles. Ultimately, the arbiter every time is the 1320. That's the only place where you can get real answers.
Yes, absolutely. So compared to our standard wheels as well, there's a different beadlock ring design. There's additional set screws. So we really are in partnership with Monster Race Products on this. And Mitch Brown, he's had a great deal of design and input on it. And it's been incredible to work with him. He's done some really awesome things. Obviously, the Monstar head is an absolute work of art. And how much it flows. We're eager to. We've got one of them ourselves, one that's not finished yet, but will be in sometime, ideally next year. And on another bike, we brought 8 bikes with us this weekend, and with great help, such as our newest pitman, Jeff Rosser. He's made things really incredible for the Growthis Drag Bikes team to allow me to come do things such as this.
All right, I have a very interesting question I'm going to ask you, but I am not going to direct this at a specific class or type of motorcycle, because if I do that, I'm going to get myself in trouble. And rather than do that, we'll add a little bit of generalities to the specifically asked question here, and that's the majority of car tire wheels are for 15-inch. Now, average tread width could be 10 inches, could be 14 inches. What happens when you put a 16 or a 17-inch wide wheel back there? How much does that impact the footprint of the tread width?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's, if you can almost imagine a tangent line that goes off into infinity, I think there's a crossover point. So say you go from a 10-inch wide to a 12, I think you're going to have
Absolutely.
the biggest difference. When you go to 13 and 14, you'll still see differences, but it's not as notable. And as you continue to go, the differences become less and less to a point where they'll get very close to zero, but obviously towards infinity. So we found a great deal of luck when we started running Pro Mod. We had a 10-inch wheel on there. We're now up to a 13.5. You will find bikes up with 14. Then you get into things of wider offset sprockets and different motor plates and really, really wide rear ends. And they don't know that it's worth it. I've seen guys come back from that 14 back towards the 12.
I wondered about that. I heard rumors, and I know it was more than just rumors, in some cases where bikes where the 14-inch wide tread in the back were experimenting with like 17-inch wide rear wheels. And I looked at these monster, maybe that was a bad idea, maybe that was a bad word, but these ultra-wide rear ends on these bikes with the big fat tires. And I could see that the rear wheel was clearly wider than your average rear wheel. With the accent there and the intent to improve upon the footprint,
Exactly.
Does it really improve upon the footprint?
Yes, we absolutely believe so. There's no doubt. And I think that sweet spot, at least as Growth Drag Bikes has found with our chassis design and clutch setup and tire pressure, is to be right around 13.5. Right around 13.5 using the 10.5-inch Mickey tire. So it's
Right.
about 3 inches wider. And as you said, it's truly a footprint where you're trying just to be able to put more power down to the track
Right.
more efficiently.
Well, to expound upon a little bit on this so that fans can understand who may be a little more technically inclined, what we're really talking about here is called the contact patch. And the contact patch is the actual amount of rubber actually contacting the racetrack. And the contact patch is the most important part. That's the true footprint of the motorcycle. The way I try to explain it to people who really want to understand what we're talking about, if you took a big plate of glass and put a motorcycle on top of it and you laid on your back, got underneath it, looked up at it, where the tire actually makes contact with the racetrack, you're changing the amount of square inches of contact, or what we call the footprint, when you change those widths. And in some cases, I think it probably is beneficial. But then, depending on the manufacturer of the tire and the particular tread, like you said, it has a very big impact as to what tire is it and what exactly is that application. And that changes also with the motorcycles and how much weight distribution there is. Because especially with the top fuel bikes, they're always experimenting with where do they want to put that motor and that crankshaft, and how much weight do they want on the back and how much weight do they want on the front tire. Most of the fans, I think, expect when drag bikes are weighed prior to competition and they're going out there, it weighs X amount of pounds. Well, that may be, but when they weigh those bikes, you know what's more important?
The
They put them on a
percentages.
pair of scales. Go ahead, tell them about it.
Yeah, the percentages of that weight, how much is on the front, how much is on the rear.
Yes.
And there's things such as different axle blocks and locations where you can move
Sure.
the weight up and down, and
Sure.
and trying to derake or put more rake into it to put more weight towards the front. So, yeah, as we get into 460 action here, your number one qualifier, George Baber, elects to not make a full pass but to break the beams. Very smart call by the KG veteran, bringing up our next pair of Butch Swartz and Tony Mullen. Mullen, your second qualifier, only 4th thou off the index, 460 with a 4, put him in the number 2 spot. With Schwartz running under every single lap, he went 455, put him in the number 35 qualifying spot. Mullen's bike.
Growth Assault for 460 action going on. I'm sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to step on you on that one. I got distracted by the conversation, which was led by the conversation. And it's just that kind of night here in the tower. But we're going to roll with it. Go ahead, my friend.
No worries. Mullins' bike, not a new build by any stretch. Built in 1986, a fast-by-gas chassis. It's a Suzuki that, if you do the math, over 30 years old on that puppy.
All right, Mullen Racing. Tony Mullen in the hot seat. His brother, twin, Jimmy Mullen. They've been racing for decades together. They're a very tough team to beat, and that's why they have a number 1 plate on their motorcycle. They're trying to defend that number 1 right now. This is a big, big weekend for them. Tight points race. Great reaction time by Tony Mullen.
You pair that reaction time 0:30 to Schwartz's 0:58, and you can see exactly what he can do down on the big end. He can run a slower ET and still get the win light. 0:14, your margin of victory going to Tony Mullen when you.
Would.
Yeah, a couple definitely newer bikes compared to the ones we saw last. Broderick Jackson, a 2017 Busa body bike, and Mike T in a 2011 Busa, true Busa, but in between the frame rails of that machine. Mike T doing a lot of racing with the XDA this year.
Broderick Hollywood Jackson in the left lane out of Decatur, Georgia. Jackson away strong, 0-1-5 light, beautiful light.
Yeah, Broderick absolutely on his game, but not on his game on the other end. A 471, not going to get it done here in Growth's Drag Bikes Ultra 460. Mike Tien's 051, a lot closer to the number, 463, will award him the win light. Broderick Jackson, an event winner down at Huntsville Dragway. TT and Angelia Jones place. We were down there this fall for the King of the Crown event. A lot of different bike classes. Very, very well run event, and Broderick Hollywood Jackson was your winner there. But that's not here nor there as we bring up Mike Lingo from Cottonwood, Alabama in the Strange Lane, and Benny Person from Antioch, Tennessee in the Summit Lane. Lingo 005.
That 005 reaction time there by Mike Lingo is fantastic. You know, for these guys to cut the tree like that as quickly as they do, that takes some really skill.
Yes, it does indeed. There's no doubt about that. And obviously when you're racing at night, oftentimes you'll pick up a handful of thou, maybe more, depending on how well you see the tree.
Tension in the pits. We are working with 460 right now. Supercomp, you should be in lane 5. Supercomp motorcycles. MTC Supercomp to lane 5, please. MTC Supercomp to lane 5.
Deshaun Wheeler, owner of Wheeler Fabrication down in Louisville, Kentucky, will be coming up in the Strange Lane. The Wheeler camp, typically a stable of motorcycles they'll bring to the track. Deshaun's son Micah has been doing a fair bit of riding this year. Just got his first event win here this fall. Not only will you find Deshaun Wheeler competing in Growth's Drag Bikes Ultra 460, but you'll also find him in Pro Mod. Two very, very well assembled and clean bikes. And Mike Arrington in the Summit Racing Lane making the pole from the great state of Texas. A fine contingent of Texas racers here this weekend. You got Roy Sears and his crew. We're simply just waiting for the big end to clear before we refire the bikes on the starting line.
And while it's quiet and y'all can hear me well, we are working with our 460 bikes right now. I put the call out for Super Comp. Super Comp will be going to lane 5. Street Fighter, you are on deck. I am not calling you at this time, but Street Fighter, you are on deck. When I do call you, you'll be going to lane 4. And we're going to have you single file halfway up. I will remind you on this, of course, as we move along. But just giving you a heads up where we're going with the program. We got a lot of motorcycles to run, and we have every intention of running everybody. We are going to stick with this and just keep going as long as we can. Right now, we do have a little bit of a delay on the upper end of the racetrack, but I can see the blinking lights are making their way to the turnoff right now, and we're getting ready to go hot. We'll watch the starters to give us the call to fire up. And we'll continue on with our 460 motorcycles.
With this delay, Deshaun Wheeler and Mike Arrington will push back, let their bikes cool down slightly, let some more Growth Drag Bikes Ultra 460 action take place before they will again do their burnouts and be ready to race.
Bradley, tell me, my friend, Growth Drag Bikes has been in business a long time, and you've produced a lot of motorcycle products and helped produce a lot of motorcycles. How did you get involved with 460?
Truly kind of a progression of just wanting to go faster and having the parts and pieces to do it from our Pro Mod program as well. So Brunson raced ET for the longest time, still loves ET racing to this day, and eventually started going Top Gas racing. And after Top Gas, that's truly when we made the jump to Pro Mod. There was no 460 class at that time. So makes the jump to Pro Mod. And as we continue to compile parts and pieces, 460 kind of starts growing and gaining traction. And it was just a reasonable fit. We are ET racers. We are sportsman racers at Growth Drag Bikes. Yes, do we have professional class parts and pieces? And do we build professional bikes? Without a doubt. There's no doubt. But sportsman racers are the backbone of drag racing. I say it time and time again. And if it wasn't for them, this sport would not be what it is. So that's really where we focus a lot of our efforts and what we make. It's awesome to make really cool billet things for bikes that go really fast. I'm not going to lie, it is. But it's equally awesome seeing people come out here on the weekends that don't have as expensive of bikes and don't have those same desires to go as fast as they can and compete with Growth Drag Bikes products on those bikes too. So this pair was supposed to be Mantez Thompson in the Strange lane and the famed Ricky Gadsden in the Summit Racing lane. Ricky Gadsden had a wheelie bar issue on the bike that he was riding, not able to make the call here. Mantez will have the single on his 2010 Suzuki based out of Decatur, Georgia.
I can't wait for this next pair to come up. I got questions, and I know you got answers.
I'll try my best. Couple of beautiful smoky burnouts right there. That is just truly showcasing the incredible talents of Ryan Young at Industrial Art. That bike was dropped off to him early in the week when my mom and dad were on vacation on the East Coast, and said, you know, I want to do something that makes this thing look like it was in a barn in Iowa for 10 years, and you just rolled it out there. So he can do things that are incredibly flamboyant. He can do things that are incredibly flat and really cool. So Durwood Rawlings looks like has a little bit of issues staging the bike there. Certainly throws Brody off a little bit with a 181 bulb, a long tree. Short time fell off, 330 fell off, 8th mile fell off. Kind of a weird series of events there. You hate to see anyone, any competitor, whether they're against my brother or not, lose in a staging. Ronnie Procopio, he will not short time anywhere near as fast as folks such as Les Stymick. Les Stymick will try to go sub 110s. Procopio will not. So it is definitely neat seeing how these combos come together.
I don't know what the moisture content is in the air right now, but these nitrous plumes are awesome.
They are. They are.
Oh, man, I wish I was out there with the camera shooting those. That's a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, a great plume coming from Wes Hawkins out of Virginia in the Summit Lane, and Roy Sears Jr. also from Texas.
I would have shot the hell out of that.
Roy Sears Jr. lays it on him, but does not have the bike. Sears Jr. 010 to Hawkins 198. But on the other end, it's Wes Hawkins 467 that's going to get him there, well ahead of Roy Sears Jr.'s 693.
A lot of awesomeness happening out there right now. Roy Sears Jr. When you're dealing with a motorcycle drag racer who's really good, a really good drag bike pilot, they can cut you a double-digit light anytime they want to. Whether it's somewhere between a 27, a 22, an 017, they can intentionally make that happen when they need to. But the racers who can cut single-digit lights intentionally, they are few and far between, but they're out there. They are out there. They're real headhunters. And I've always been impressed, whether it's Eddie Krawick or Angel or Andrew, they at will, they can go for that and make it happen.
Yeah, and if you want to talk about headhunters in 460, here's a couple of them. Ronnie Procopio in the Summit Racing Lane, and Rock Sanders, your runner-up in the Growthers Drag Bikes Challenge race in the Strange Lane. This is probably the matchup of the round.
Double digits, there they are.
Procopio with issues on the bike, though, 557. Rock Sanders does a great job, goes down there, sees he's well out ahead, decides to shut it down, goes 465 for the win. Procopio definitely going to have to figure out the issues he's having with that bike. He will not be happy with its performance. But in the Strange Lane out of Layton, Alabama, it's Gordon Johnson. Gordon been racing 460 for quite some time, as has Smokin' Joe Rodney, a sportsman racer from Clarksville, Tennessee, on his 1974 Kawasaki. This is a number 17 qualifier in the Summit Lane, number 20 qualifier in the Strange Lane. Both qualifying just barely in the 460s. And it's Smokin' Joe out on him first. But soon thereafter, Gordon Johnson comes around 477 for the win at 134 miles an hour. Smokin' Joe Rodney 039 on the bulb. But I tell you what, I'm starting to wonder if some of these really cooler conditions, as the sun has gone down, is starting to throw these racers for a loop. Another rider out of the Texas contingent that I'm happy to see here for 460. You got Roy Sears III from Duncanville, Texas. Against perennial 460 runner from Eastlake, Ohio, it's Mike Chongris. Chongris, part of the multi-brother team that you can find in the staging lanes, almost always in one lane or another. They'll put them on the wood. They'll stage them on up. And they're away. The issues for Roy Sears III just continue. They are absolutely fighting something on that bike. Chongris will go 490 for the win. Roy Sears qualified with a 485, was more than likely looking to pick up quite a bit of performance there. But when you got a 145 short time, the performance is just simply not going to be found. When I took a look at the pairings here and the ladder, how it shook out, I couldn't help but chuckle. It's the second time that these two racers have faced each other in round number 1 this weekend. First, they faced each other in the Girls with Drag Bikes Ultra 460 shootout, and now they face each other in the World Finals standard event. It's Johnny Bond in the Strange Lane from Peoria, Illinois, and Richard Gatson from Palm City, Florida. Johnny Bond got the better of Richard in the shootout. Richard certainly looking for revenge here. And revenge he will get. Richard on time, 028, 470 with a 2. Johnny Bond, negative 301. Way too much anticipation on his behalf. Your number 24 qualifier, Richard Gatson, upsetting the number 13 qualifier. The temperature trackside now at 50 degrees at South Georgia Motorsports Park. Still conditions that are very much raceable for action for our sportsman racers, our grudge racers, and our ET racers as we will continue the racing action. Brunson Grothis in the Strange Lane and David Tybert in the Summit Lane. A little bit of a long tree. Brunson is away first, and he goes 471 for the win to Tybert's 486. Kept a wheel on him from start to finish and is able to advance onto round number 2. The next two racers, two that know each other quite well, both get help from the Fast Time Motorsports camp. The bike in the left lane is a old Fast Time Motorsports bike. It's Chester Lee, and the bike in the right lane is Les Stymick.
Super Comp racers, you should be in lane 5 right now. Super Comp racers, lane 5. Street Fighter motorcycles. Street Fighter, I need you to lane 4, please. Street Fighter. When you line up single file, go halfway up the lane. Street Fighter motorcycles to lane 4, please. Line up single file, halfway up that lane, please. Growth is Ultra 460 bikes. We are getting deep into the 35 bike count. Got roughly a dozen motorcycles left before we run them through the lanes, which can actually happen in like 5 minutes. It'll go pretty quick if all things happen the way they're supposed to, in which case we're going to be out of 460 and into Super Comp. Super Comp, you should be lined up and loaded up in lane 5.
Got about 6 pairs left here. Les Stymick, Summit Lane. Chester Lee, Strange Lane. Stymick's in first. Lee makes his way there. The tree comes down, and Stymick's away with an 036. A difference in short times. Stymick, 466 for the win. From start to finish, he was able to get the job done.
Very nice. Les Stymick is a tough racer.
Yeah, Stymick has been doing this for quite some time. When the 80RL was around early days in the late 2000s, tried making a run at Pro Mod there. Then the 460 creation started coming around and has now found a home much better suited to him there where he can compete.
Cocked and loaded on that starting line. We are ready to rock and roll once again here with Growth Assault for 460. Scott DeLong is over in the left lane.
I did see Scott in the water box, but apparently with bike issues, going to give Sharon Fulgham from right here in Adel, Georgia, the round win as long as he can take the tree under power and keep her straight across the line. On the lap, more than likely going to be a little slow, and it is. It's a 470. Short time is there, but by a half track in terms as far as 660 feet goes. Didn't have the steam going. Dan McCartan coming up in the Summit Racing lane on the borrowed Fast Time Motorsports bike. Dan's standard 460 bike. The engine is out of it for repairs. Wasn't going to be done quite in time, so Jeff Jones says, hey, I've got a bike I'd be happy to put you on. And he gladly accepted. And Jeff Lindemann in the Strange lane. Jeff's bike used to be based around a Suzuki GS. With the help of Rudy Sanzatera and QuickTime Motorsports, it is now got some new age technology, has a 2005 Busa engine. McCartan away first, 076 to Lindemann's 094, but just doesn't have it on the other end. 469 is fast enough. 084 at the finish line for Lindemann from Grosse Pointe Woods, Michigan. Lindemann, your winner. A single here. Jeff Jones of Fast Time Motorsports not able to make the call. Wade Cherry, your North Carolina runner, has 247 bulb. It's going to be slow, 551 at 118 miles an hour. Cherry moving right along. Round 2 tomorrow, you'll find Wade Cherry there. Two pairs left. Pro Mod racer Tommy Saxon coming out in the summit lane from Bogart, Georgia. Getting his feet wet and mixing it up here in Groth's Drag Bikes Ultra 460 this weekend. And Jerry Scott from Decatur, Alabama. Decatur, Alabama, the home of famed Ashley Owens, Pro Mod tuner and rider. Spent a great deal of time with Paul Gast of Fast by Gas, now with McKinney Motorsports. Both riders are now pre-staged. Saxon on a fairly new build, a 2017 Busa. He'll be second to go in as the tree comes down. Jerry Scott with a big hole shot. 018 on the bulb. Does not run under 464 with a 3 for the round win. Tommy Saxon with issues well before the 60-foot cone. A 1:28.60. This will bring up our final pair for Groth's Drag Bikes Ultra 460. These two on their second burnout of the evening, though. Deshaun Wheeler, 2014 Suzuki GS. Owner of a machine shop in Kentucky. Arrington from Glen Height, Texas, on a 2002 built Suzuki Hayabusa. Deshaun Wheeler, one of those guys that will absolutely rip your head off on the tree. Very, very timely lever. Neither rider necessarily wanting to go in right away. A little bit of a staging duel. Both slightly getting on the two-step, but no movement. Who's going to go in first? Arrington. Will it be Wheeler? The starter points them both in, trying to fake each other out. They're not actually on the two-step, although it sounds like it. I love it, folks. We got ourselves a little staging duel. They're in, they're away, and it's Deshaun Wheeler, 062 to Arrington's 148, and Wheeler, 461. 062, gonna be hard to beat. Arrington 148 on the tree, 480 with a 9. The Texas runner not necessarily going to be thrilled with that performance. Deshaun Wheeler calm, cool, and collected, and that's why he's moving on to the second round. Well, Tom, as this racing action continues, I've got one more bike to prepare for this evening. It's our Top Gas bike, something we've been struggling a little bit with. Hopefully we made the right changes. I'll hand the mic back over to you as our Super Comp action. Chris Bishop is on a single, and racing continues here at the World Finals deep into the night.
Super Comp Racing action now coming your way. My thanks to Mr. Bradley Grothus for his help once again with 460. Give me a little break on this mic while I'm working up here. Marathon sessions are the norm for all of us. It's that kind of weekend and we love it. That's where we're at. That is where we are at. Super Comp action coming your way on the 890 index. Weisco Street Fighter, you should be in lane 4, please. Single file halfway up the lane. And we're going to do the exact same thing with Top Gas. They're going to be in lane 2 halfway up the lane. Top Gas, I'm just giving you a heads up right now. I am not calling you to the lane at the moment. Lane's already pretty busy out there. We're going to keep moving these motorcycles, and we're going to keep sending you down this racetrack. Yeah, Michael Murphy, 003 reaction time. Looking good. 890 is the number. He's got that covered. Puts Willie Hebert on the trailer. Luling, Louisiana. I know somebody from Luling, Louisiana. She's a pretty tough drag racer. She likes to sell tropical fish, too. Play the screen and we'll move on with the action. Super Comp action. Yeah, baby. Hawk Proctor out of Greenbrier, Tennessee in the right lane. The 890 dial, 890 index, excuse me. He goes 9:14 to put away Kojiro Harada out of Narima, Japan. Clark Proctor, 0:14 reaction time on that. Kojiro Harada had a .273 RT on that. So with 273 in the bag there, I'm afraid Proctor was way ahead on the launch on that one. All righty, lunchtime. Woo! Angie Young pushing that bike to the max. John Civitarese, Civi, out of Norwood, Mass. 896 on an 890 dial, 017 reaction time for Civi. And 017 reaction time for Civi. He owned that one. Mr. Civi can really run the number when the time comes. John Civitarese is a great drag racer. Hardcore one, too. All the way. Gary Russell's in the water, getting ready to put that burnout on next and move it on up to the line. He's good to go. Lane assignments, once again, we're stacking those lanes up. Super Comp, which we're dealing with right now, Super Comp is rolling out of lane 5. Street Fighter. I have called you more than once. Street Fighter, you should be in lane 4, and you should be single file halfway up the lane. Street Fighter. When I see my Street Fighter bikes lined up, We'll go Super Comp. No, we won't. We will go from Street Fighter to Top Gas. It goes Super Comp, Street Fighter, Top Gas, Crazy Eights, and we are moving along with that rotation. We have a delay out on the racetrack right now, and once we get this delay squared away, we will continue on with the rotation. MTC Super Comp Racing will continue here. Ralph Madrano Jr. out of Davie, Florida is in the left lane. And Gary Russell out of Brattleboro, Vermont, or sometimes Inglewood, Florida. Gary gets around out there. He's getting ready to put his bike to work. The 890 Super Comp class. We'll get right back at you in just a moment. Now with the program here right now, I need CNS Custom Street ET to lane 2, please. CNS Custom Street ET to lane 2. We'll put Supercomp on hold till we figure out exactly what the conflict is with the ladder and the competition lineup. So in order to move this program along, we can't be standing still trying to figure out what's going on. We're just going to put another lane up there and get them down the racetrack. Right here, right now, I need CNS Custom Street ET motorcycles. I need you in lane 2, please. CNS Custom Street ET motorcycles to lane 2, please. All right, action getting ready to come back at you right here, right now. We're cocked and loaded on the starting line with Mass Yokota, Kawasaki, Japan. Mass Yokota is in the right lane, getting ready to go out there with some super comp action, working off the 890 index number. Ralph Medrano Jr. of Davie, Florida is in the left lane, and that pair is ready to go. And we're moving on with this program. Mass Yokota, fully staged. He's got a 1:36 reaction time. Medrano nails him. 0:48 with his reaction time. And on the big end, that's where it counts. Ralph Medrano Jr. goes 899 on the 890 Super Comp index number. Mass Yokota actually made a good run of that. He won 893 on the 890 number. But Mass Yokota's reaction time was a .136. And Ralph Medrano Jr.'s .048. Just kind of buried that on him. So the win goes to Ralph Medrano Jr. Scott Field out of Denver, North Carolina will put his bike in the beams next. Supercomp racing action continues here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. Scott Field drops that hammer. And he's going to have to be quicker than that if he wants to deal with Mr. Lewis. Great run by Luis Hornido. He went 890 with a 3 on an 890 dial with an 064 reaction time. Great combination of fine package by Mr. Lewis. Sean Welch, Garvey Wellerham. Sean Welch making his way down the racetrack right now. Breakout pass by Garvey. Garvey Wellman of Aruba. Too quick on that one. 890 is the index number. He went 882. 882 with a 3. A little too quick on that pass. Sean Welch with the win. If you go quicker than the index, that kind of puts you away. Takes you out of it. You come out of the right out of the equation yourself on that. And we're getting ready for our next pair. And I'm waiting to see where those motorcycles are. They should be in the water box right now, and they're not. Oh, Dusty Brazel is coming up out of the crowd. Dusty should be matched up with James Hampton. James Hampton out of Harlem, Georgia. James Hampton is in the right lane. Dusty Brazel out of Norman Park, Georgia. About a half hour down the road from here. Dusty's over in the left lane. We got our next pair in the water. We're starting to look like we're ready to put the boots to this again. I certainly hope so. Dusty's got him nailed. All he's got to do is reel him in. And he does. Next case. Wade Smith and Mujan Bowers. Wade Smith with the win. I believe that was Megan Bowers, who's been having a great weekend so far. Wade Smith with the win on that one, 892 with a 7 on the 890 index. Jeremy Teasley in the left lane. 008 reaction time for Jeremy Teasley. He just nailed that. Jeremy Teasley with a great light. 008 reaction time for Teasley. 890 the magic number, and he goes 9-0. With a 008 light, he can do that. All right, my Supercomp racers are doing their thing, and we're moving right along now. We're back in the groove again. Street Fighter, you should be in lane 4, please. My Street Fighter racers. Weisco Street Fighter, you should be in lane 4. And indeed you are. I see you lined up all the way back down around the corner. That looks good. Street Fighter is in lane 4. Top Gas. Star Racing Top Gas. Supercomp action continuing up here right now. Kenji Nakamura out of Tokyo, Japan is in the right lane. Kenji Nakamura in the Summit Racing side. See how this matchup goes. Kenji goes a little too quick on the tree. 298 too soon. Up the groove with the win, and we're on to the next pair. Mike Lukowski out of Jacksonville, Florida. 890 is the index number. We are still working with Supercomp. The racers are out there hammering away at it. Seeing some great reaction times. I don't care what time of night it is. The racing is stout. 0.098 reaction time on that one. And we're moving on to the next pair. Eddie Doherty, the machinist instructor on his Kawasaki ZX-14 in the left lane. Eddie Doherty at the big stripe. Double breakout pass with Mark McCoy. Double breakout pass. Eddie Doherty and Mark McCoy. Eddie Doherty with the win. Randy Butler out of Gatlin, Tennessee. Ed Hughes from Massachusetts. Eddie Hughes in the left lane. Very good reaction time by both racers. Butler has him by a bit off the tree. The win goes to Butler. 894 for Butler on the 890 number. Had an 025 reaction time for Butler, an 080 reaction time for Ed. With an 895 run, Ed very close on the package. Margin of victory, .062 with a 2 for Randy Butler and Ed Hughes, all set for tonight. The Massachusetts contingent been doing very well this weekend. Congratulations to those racers who worked so hard to get where they are. This is Super Comp action, and we're getting down there. Devin in staging to your radio, please. Devin in staging to your radio. Now, please, Devin. All right, the madness continues. We got lots of motorcycles and lots of racing to do, and we are ready to do that here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. Racers, I know you are anxious to get up there and get at it, and we are all for that. But please be careful when you come rocketing out of a crowd of motorcycles like that. It's very dangerous. It'd be very easy to have an accident when you got a rocket for a motorcycle and you come buzzing out of the crowd of motorcycles like that. You don't know who's going to walk in front of you. And it's not enough to say you shouldn't be there. Please be careful. And that is not careful when you come out of a crowd of bikes like that. Dangerous moves like that will lead to bad mistakes. Don't do it. All right, let's move on with our program. Randall Cross and Norwin Dana, or Danny as the case may be, out of Aruba. MTC Super Comp action continuing. Rocket ship ride there for Kelly McDaniel. That bike got off the line really quick. I go Alberto of Aruba with the win on that pass. The 890 number, he went 9-0 at 148. Kevin Haig out of Columbus, Ohio in the left lane, making his way down the track. Bruce Rogers certainly ready to rock. But the reaction time was all Haig on that one. 0:10 reaction time. Kevin Haig goes 897 on an 890 dial. So Haig's going to take the win on that one. And my monitor is blinking red for Mr. Rogers. Bruce Rogers will be headed for the trailer. Okay, we are getting ready to wrap up my monster accumulation of Super Comp bikes. But I do still have a few more. I see Gary Russell getting ready to roll out there. And I believe this is Spencer Claycomb headed for the water. That's exactly right. That's the matchup we've got. I've got Spencer Claycomb on the right side, Gary Russell in the left lane. So we still have a little more Super Comp action coming your way. Spencer Claycomb out of Rockford, Tennessee, proving to be a very, very tough, resilient racer. Doing the 890 thing. We're racing in Super Comp right now. Gary Russell in the left lane. Red light start for Gary, 004 red light. Gary Russell with a 004 red light. Automatic win for Spencer Claycomb. They push each other on the stripe. Claycomb breaks out, but it doesn't matter because it ended on the starting line. Gary Russell went red by 004, and the win goes to Spencer Claycomb. All right, we need to move these racers along here. Racers waiting to see who's next coming out of the crowd isn't going to work. We got to load them up in the water and load them up on the line. I got a pair headed for the line, but I don't have a pair in the water, and I should have it this time. Got to move this program along if we're going to wrap it up tonight. Corey Washington goes solo right now. Don't know where Ronell Jernigan is. But on the big end, Corey Washington comes across the stripe, and that's it for that pass. I had a single there, and I've got another single now. I should have bikes in the water, and I don't, and that is not good. We've got to move this program along if we're going to make it work tonight. All right, Super Comp Racing has concluded, and we are moving into our next class, which is indeed Street Fighter. We'll clear our board. Bring our next pair around. Vance Hootishell of Vero Beach, Florida, is in the left lane. He's got the tough guy Bob Carlson in the right lane. Carlson gets away on him quick, very quick. 0.91 reaction time for Bob Carlson, and he will take the win. He packs in Vance Hootishell. Barry Purnell next is Fittipaldi Ryerson. Fittipaldi in the left lane. Mr. Fittipaldi is a racer that absolutely loves motorcycle drag racing. I can tell because he stays in his leathers and has his helmet on all the time. You see him all over the racetrack. The man genuinely loves what he's doing. Very much so. Barry Purnell with the win on that pass. Once again, it's all about the reaction time. Jeremy Teasley rolling his Sportsman bike into the water. Suzuki Katana, looks like a 650. Rather interesting, actually. Out on the racetrack, Alan Fields was in the right lane. Tony Fisher, hardcore street fighter in the left lane. Tony Fisher taking it down the left side, crossing the big stripe on the big end, and the winner is Alan Fields. Alan Fields went 9:51 on the 950 index. Tony Fisher a little too quick. Went 9:47 with a 9. 9:47 with a 9. A little too quick for Tony Fisher. He's all set with that one. And Ray Egan will now match up with Jeremy Teasley. Teasley gets away like a rocket ship. Great reaction time. Ray Egan is not going to catch him on this one. Jeremy Teasley puts this one in the bank. Next. Chris Rolls and Bob Burt will match it up next. These are guys we see often at Man Cup motorcycle drag races. They are very stout, very talented drag bike racers who bring it every time they're out there. The win goes to Bob Burt, and we'll move it on to the next pair. All right, now we are moving these motorcycles at a quick clip. The lanes are emptying quickly and filling up quickly, and we'll continue on with that. Weisco Street Fighter action in progress. Top Gas, you should be loaded up in lane 2 right now. Top Gas. Top Gas, you should be all loaded up in lane 2, ready to go, because you're coming out next. And then we're going to Street ET. Barry Pryor, Sr., hammers that motorcycle. And he is getting away quick. He's got a step ahead on Teresa Harris. Double breakout pass. Teresa Harris with the win. Teresa Harris out of Athens, Georgia, on a 2008 Kawasaki ZX14. She puts that one in the bank. And Barry Pryor, who is a tough customer, he's all done on that one. It was a case of double breakout. But any way you slice it, it looked really good. It was a good matchup and a good drag race. Duffy Freeman in the left lane, taking on Ron Arnold. And Freeman puts away Arnold. How about that? Ron Arnold, who is a tough racer out of Bowling Green, Kentucky, had no 44 reaction time. Duffy Freeman had an 066 reaction time. Remember, this is Street Fighter, so we're looking for a 950 number. And that's all she wrote. Dennis Padilla and Wade Smith. Wade Smith is in the right lane and up on the big end. He gives it up to Dennis Padilla, who will advance to the next round. Mr. Dennis Padilla of Miami, Florida. Wade Smith got trailered on that one. Some of the heavy hitters go up, some of the heavy hitters go down. That's drag racing. Tom Lagasse out of Northport, Florida, with an 072 reaction time. Garvey Reilman is in the right lane. The win goes to Lagasse. Garvey Reilman out of Aruba. More great racers out of Aruba. Tom Lagasse, Northport, Florida, with the win. And Jeremy Burt, Terry Singleton will take it out next. Star Racing Top Gas. You should be in lane 2 right now. Star Racing Top Gas. You should be in lane 2. We are getting ready to roll those motorcycles now. Street Fighter is getting down into the end of their line. So we're going to be rolling the Top Gas spikes out next. Star Racing Top Gas. Please don't miss your call. Star Racing Top Gas to lane 2, please. Roy Johnson, one of the All-Stars. We got a bunch of them, and he's one of them. Roy Johnson out of Farmville, Virginia. 2006 Kawasaki in the left lane. Double breakout pass, Roy Johnson with the win. And he's advancing to the next round. Aaron Dahm out of Blythewood, South Carolina with the win on that pass. Doesn't look like Cedric Gifford can make the call on that, so Dahm with a competition single takes the win. Jason Herron, where you at, buddy? We're supposed to have Jason Herron and Butch Norwood matching it up next. That can't be right, because that's Adam Konopak in the right hand. Adam Konopacki coming out of the water. Looks like he's ready for a solo shot. Adam Konopacki with the single. Chris could not make the call, not sure why. It's looking pretty good out there. I got a lot of racers out there ready to go, and that's the way it should be. We're going to keep running you through. Make this work. I'm a top gas racer's looking good over there in lane 2. I appreciate it. We're getting ready to roll you Street Fighter. Getting down there. Sure would like to stack these water boxes up. Top Gas action going to come your way now. We are moving into Star Racing Top Gas. Attention in the house, Crazy Eights racers. Worldwide Bearings, Crazy Eights, I need you to lane 5, please. Worldwide Bearings, Crazy 8, I need you to lane 5, please. All right, we're moving and grooving now. Timmy Davis would have win on that one. And now I've got Tom Clem and Alexander Ross. Tom Clem is off that line like nobody's business. Wow. Tom Clem with the win. 0-10 reaction time, and I believe it. I am a believer. Worldwide Bearings, Crazy Eights racers, I need you to lane 5, please. Crazy Eights to lane 5, please. Cordell Brown out of Caluca, Tennessee. Omar Illinois from Aruba in the left lane. Cordell Brown evidently moved on that, causing him to red light, immediately giving the win to Omar Illinois. Once a motorcycle is fully staged, if you move at all, once it's fully staged, you will red light. Once that happens, there's no going back, except to the pits. Better luck next time. All right, moving on with our race program. Brody Grothus out of Davenport, Iowa, in Top Gas action. Jim Chongris will be in the right lane in this competition. That's a tough matchup. Brody and Jim Chongris. Jim Chongris and Mike Chongris are tough drag racers. Yeah, boy. Oh, that bike got up and moved quick. Really tight reaction times, too. 0:16 reaction time for Brody and 0:18 for Chongris. The win goes to Brody Grothus on that one. 8:39 on an 8:20 index number, 8:42 for Jim Chongris. Tighter package for Brody. Congratulations to Grothus Drag Bikes on another round victory in motorcycle drag racing. That's something that Grothus Drag Bikes is very good at. Top Gas bikes are really hauling the mail. Really hauling the mail. Scott Samich with the win. And it's on to that next pair. Worldwide Bearings Crazy Eights to lane 5, please. Worldwide Bearings Crazy Eights, lane 5. Need you to put a move on, please. We are moving well with Top Gas. These guys are moving quick. We need you to move quick as well. $51 bikes in Top Gas. 60 in Street Fighter, 60 plus in Pro ET. We just got so many motorcycles in so many classes. Fantastic turnout here at South Georgia Motorsports Park for the 42nd annual Man Cup World Finals. A great weekend of competition. Brian Bolton out of Fulton, Kentucky. Take the win on that with an 872. Russell Lemon had a problem on that one. Hopefully the bike will square away for the next round in the next class, because he's all done on this one. Jeremy Teasley and George Jones next. Sounds like a country western matchup. Jeremy Teasley gets away quickly. George Jones definitely was out in front. But the win goes to JT. Jeremy Teasley with another round win, my friends, and he earned it. Jeff House out of Keller, Texas, and Mike Lingo next. This will be a tough matchup. These Top Gas bikes are amazing. They are so quick. And the matchups are so good. A lot of talent, Top Gas. Love watching Top Gas racing. It's as good as watching 460, really. Very high horsepower bikes. A lot of talent out there. They give it everything they got. There's a lot of heart involved. Mike Lingo and Jeff House. And the win goes to Mike Lingo. 834 on that 820 index. 006 reaction time from Mike Lingo. Jeff House had a very good reaction time in 028. But when you stack up an 028 against a 006, well, you'd have to be James Bond to make that one competitive. Joe Deck of Morningview, Kentucky, and Richard Mumford. Worldwide Bearings Crazy Eights, lane 5, please. Worldwide Bearings Crazy Eights in lane 5, please. John Civitarese with another round win there for Civi. And we move it on to the next pair, Charles Mackey and Craig Adams. Craig Adams out of Brunswick, Ohio. Charles Mackey out of Paducah, Kentucky. Worldwide Bearings Crazy Eights, lane 5. Craig Adams gets away like a rocket ship. Nice launch. Charles Mackey. No match. No mas. Craig Adams with the win. Nick Bowling III out of Holmes Beach, Florida. Nick gets a lot of seat time. I see his postings on social media frequently, racing down at Bradenton. And that's cool. It's great to live in a state where they can make a lot of runs, like on a weekly basis, that really builds up the skills. There is no substitute for seat time. There just isn't. You want to get good at motorcycle drag racing, you got to make a lot of passes. You're going to make a lot of mistakes, but we learn from those mistakes. And that's how we improve. Nick bowling the third in the right lane. All that practice gives him the better reaction time. It also gives him the win. Garrett Carter with a good pass, but not good enough. Nick bowling the third advances. Ralph Medrano Jr. 0:38 reaction time. He's doing a competition single right now. He's racing it like he means it, and he does. He goes 8:27 with an 8 on that 820 index number. 175 miles an hour. Booming mile an hour on that, 175. For Ralph Medrano. As our top gas bikes continue to take it to him. Worldwide Bearings Crazy Eights motorcycles, you should be in 5. Top Gas Racing continues and is looking good out there. Worldwide Bearings Crazy Eights will roll next. Michael Daddio and Ricardo Marte. Top Gas action. Daddio in the left lane. Ricardo Marte in the right side. A lot of drama here. Come on, guys. Pull it in there. .085 reaction for Daddio and 041 for Ricardo Marte. Up in the big end, the win goes to Daddio. Daddio with the win. Ricardo Marte will be shaking his head on that because he knows he had him. But Crazy Eights. To the lanes, please. Worldwide Bearing Crazy Eights. You should be in lane 5. We're getting ready to roll you out, put you to work right now. Worldwide Bearings Crazy Eights. You are coming out in a matter of moments. You need to be in lane 5, please. Pete Chagris and Wade Cherry going at it out on the track now. Chagris with the win. Wade Cherry's headed for the trailer. Worldwide Bearings Crazy Eights. You are in lane 5 and you are racing next. We're starting to run out of motorcycles here in Top Gas. That is a good thing. Zip right through these bikes. Should have a pair here, but that's not the case. It looks like Gino Scali can't make the call. In which case the DL will take the pass. 0:46 reaction time. Gets him the tuck. Runs it down the line. Goes 8:20 with a 9 for the DL. Tommy Galligan ready to go. Now it looks like Tommy's going to solo. A lot of singles tonight. Bunch of singles. It's like that sometimes. Tommy Galligan out of Johnston, Rhode Island. Tommy gets away clean. He's already at half track. That Top Gas bike is honking. 8:32. 8:32 at 157 miles an hour for Tommy Galligan. Tommy Galligan all set with that set. Robin Procopio is in the right lane. She's getting ready to make her pass. Brings that bike up carefully and stages it. Elbow high, she's cocked and loaded. And she's away clean. That bike is nice and straight too. Nice launch, had no 71 reaction time. Went 8:10 on the 820 index number. That was a competition single for Robin Procopio. Lots of competition singles tonight. We are getting thin in that lane. That looks good. Hey, Crazy Eights, we need you in lane 5. If you're not in the lane, you are in jeopardy of missing your run. Worldwide Bearings, Crazy Eights. Put it in the lanes or go it out. We are wrapping up Top Gas, and we are rolling out Crazy Eights, and we're going to stack you guys up and run with it. We are all set with Top Gas. Worldwide Bearings Crazy Eights are getting ready to run right now. All right, we have Crazy 8 motorcycles rolling into the water right now. Competition has begun for Crazy 8s. We're keeping this show moving. All right, Dusty Brazel making a pass, doing his thing. He goes through on the top end. 888 is the number, and he went 886 with a 1. As we move along with Worldwide Bearings Crazy 8s. Amit Sharma out of India and Randy Parker out of Jasper, Alabama. Team Elite Octane India. Amit Sharma, 888 Racing. Not going to make it. Randy Parker with the win on that one. Spencer Claycomb with the win on that pass. Spencer with an 897 on the 888 Worldwide Bearings Index number. Blinking double red lights right now. We'll see what that's happening. Spencer Claycomb just made his run. We had Alfredo Roliano in the left lane. Not quite sure what's transpiring on the top end, but I know we're going to find out real quick so we can get right back to it and continue on with our race program.
Randy Parker, Crazy Eights, Randy Parker, Crazy Eights. I do need you to report back to the lanes. Randy Parker, Crazy Eights, I need you to report back to the lanes, please. $420. You need to get to your bike, please. $420. You need to get to your bike.
Crazy 8 racers, you need to be with your motorcycles. That lane is moving quickly. If you're not with your bike, when those bikes advance and go to the water, they will go without you. If you are a Crazy 8 racer, you need to be with your motorcycle. Crazy 8 is racing right now. If you're not with your bike, they will go without you. Crazy 8's worldwide bearing Crazy 8's racing action continuing here right now. Crazy 8's racers, you need to be with your motorcycle. The class is racing, the action's on the racetrack. If you're not with your bike when we call you and when those bikes move to the lanes and move up to the ready line and then go to the starting line, if you're not with your bike, they will go without you. You know better. It is your responsibility to be with your bike and move when